Whoa. Hi. Hi. Hello everyone. Oh my god. Oh, sorry, I'm tired. So, recap. The video that I'm editing now should have been done by last week. However, I got sick. So, I'm still not 100%. You can probably hear that. So if I start coughing, and if I start spluttering and sniffling, I'm sorry, but I have to work. I feel a lot better than I did like 4 days ago. So I apologize for how the last stream ended, because the last stream was Mario Party and I was very quickly dying and I felt really bad because the energy was just down. It was gone because I got sick throughout that stream. Anyways, I'm back. I have to work. So I'll put on music and you can either work with me or you can sit there and do what you want. I'm going to be working for as long as I possibly can today because I have to get this done before the new chapter comes out. In like 4 days. Oh my god. Alright. So let's see what I can do. Or I'm going to absolutely lose it. Getting sick was such a pain in the ass. I cannot believe that happened to me. Anyway. Fuck this loud. Alright. Thank you. Sorry if I'm sniffling and coughing. I know that's not nice sounds. Oh, I'm glad I'm helping you with your insomnia. Hi, Thrash. What am I looking for? Ow! Fuck me! Ow! Fuck! Sorry, I'm trying to find sounds. Hi. Yeah, I'm streaming. Hi. But I'm not 100%, so please be nice to me. I got sick, that's why I was gone. I wanted to work, but I couldn't. I was sweating it out. Oh, that's beautiful, Subaki. Oh, that's beautiful, Subaki. Make me jealous. We don't have cherry blossoms. We have like white cherry blossoms, but they fucking stink. They stink bad. I don't know why we planted an invasive pear tree and not cherry blossoms, honestly. I don't know what we were thinking. Well, it's the fact that I was like, okay, well, maybe. I was like, maybe the reason we have pear trees is because they're natural and Australia cares very much about its environment. They're not. They're fucking invasive. And I'm like, so why did we pick this? They look nice, but they smell disgusting. Can I tell you guys what I did yesterday, by the way? I was gonna edit, but I didn't feel good enough to edit, so I started reading instead, and I started reading papers. I started reading papers about individualism versus conformism versus community, and I started reading about that because I want to talk about how One Piece is individualistic yet not, you know what I mean? Like, individualistic in identity but community driven in theme. Do you know what I mean? Like, you look at the Straw Hats and they're both individualistic but also community driven. Do you know what I mean? Like, they don't conform by any means, but they're also not exactly individualistic. And I was looking up the way American media have portrayed individualism within stories. Multiple papers, I was reading multiple. And I was also reading papers on conformity in Japan as a culture as well. And I was looking up and I found like, I didn't read the whole paper, but it was like Japan and conformity with the media, and it was like press media, printed media, journalism. And I found they were asking a batch of people within Japan, because there's a big three in Japanese newspapers, and they asked a bunch of people in Japan, like, where do you think the main papers lie regarding politics? People in Japan who were right-leaning said the main papers were too left-leaning, and people in Japan who were left-leaning said the main papers were too right-leaning. The same papers. And I was like, we are more similar than we think. Like, oh, how similar we are, because that's an opinion tons of people would have in multiple different countries, depending on their politics, right? It was so funny. So basically, people thought the main paper was too far the other way that they didn't agree with. It's the same paper. It's simply because the paper tries to exclude bias, but people will see their own biases within the paper, you know what I mean? Or see a bias they don't agree with in the paper. I didn't use that in anything that on my notes because that wasn't relevant to what I wanted to talk about, but that just made me giggle. But instead I found a good definition for oh, I could write about One Piece and politics, but I'm not smart enough for that. And by smart enough, I mean I'm not, like, too into the political sphere. Like, I know the important bits, but I don't. Oh yeah, it's impossible to exclude bias. I know what you mean. But the what the paper was saying was, is it possible that because the Japanese printed media was trying so hard to exclude bias that it looked like they were leaning either way? And it's like, it was a professionalism thing, but it didn't make, like, it didn't make for a good paper, a lot of people thought. But I don't know, I didn't use it, it just made me laugh. Pinkhead Obsession. I use Sony Vegas, also thank you. But anyways, so yeah, so I looked up how what was I saying? I looked up American media and individualism, because I'm looking up individualism in Japanese media, conformity in Japanese media, and then I'm looking up individualism in American media, and I saw something about American individualism within media. Sorry, the music is so loud, I have to turn that down. And I read a paper about individualism in American fiction that I thought was so interesting, and that's the term individualism has changed in America. And individualism is not individualism anymore. It used to be, because it used to be every man for himself and every man could build himself up. That is not how the world works anymore, unless you go out to a plot of land that you've, I'll say, colonized. Unless you're living in those older times, individualism is not a thing that you can afford to be anymore. So basically, an author was looking through American individualism in children's stories. Children's stories, honestly, that was a very loose definition. From... oh, fuck, what time period was it from? I think it was from the 1800s. And what she realized was it went from, yeah, the self-made man to, there's more of a community happening now. We can't really just be the self-made man anymore, to, okay, you just can't exist alone anymore. It's just not possible. So it went from, yes, I have to depend everything on myself, to, I just can't, everything can't be dependent on just me, because I don't even control most of my life anymore. And I realized that but America still preaches individualism, right? And I didn't know this. I'm sorry, this is so boring. I didn't know this, but apparently JFK, John F. Kennedy, used, like, oh, we need our individualism back as a part of his campaign. You don't have that anymore. Or at least the sense and you think you have that anymore. It's not a thing anymore. You call it individualism, but it's not. It's community. And it's absolutely bizarre to me, because individualism in American media has now become more of a dream than it has actually become something you can obtain. It's like a value that you can't get, because you can't have individualism anymore. You need community. But of course, individualism can mean multiple different things. Either way, nail on the head. It was just shocking. But something I did read, because I was reading about this in fictional media, of course, and she discussed the difference that individual has become. Where was it? The line I really liked from the paper was, one's individuality must be compromised outwardly to a small degree to accommodate other people, but one must always remain true to oneself. The days of the self-made man surrounded by unlimited opportunities are gone. And she also discussed that nature and love are what make an individual. Because all stories ended up being, oh, love is the answer, basically. And I was like, oh my god, that's so One Piece. But what I don't agree with One Piece here is she says one's individuality must be compromised outwardly to a small degree to accommodate other people. I don't think One Piece does that. I don't think individualism in One Piece is compromised to accommodate other people. I think part of that person is loving other people. Do you know what I mean? Like, I wouldn't say Luffy is compromising any point of himself to accommodate others. Would you? Because it feels like she's saying, the paper was saying, individualism is very lonely, and we have to accept that if you want to survive in this world, you can't just be individualistic. But the paper didn't really define what they said individualistic was to them. So I'm thinking, are they saying he has to listen to Sanji when he doesn't give him meat? That's a compromise. But is that compromising individualism though? He's not liking meat, he just can't have it. Do you know what I mean? That's what I mean. Like, Luffy's individualism is others. As weird as that sounds. And that's why I really like the way Oda does One Piece. Because, Oda is very heavy on, yes, you must be true to yourself, but you cannot make it in the world without other people. That's Luffy's whole thing. He knows that. That is being true to himself. That he knows he can't make it without other people. And I don't know. It's oops, sorry, my nose. It's compromising oneself. You can't have what you want when you want. I read it more as you can't make yourself anymore. You need other people to make yourself anymore. Do you know what I mean? Collective support for individual dreams, but then that just creates community, doesn't it? Too many strong characters forgets the team. That's a really good note, actually. I have to add that in. That's too much individualism. See, that's exactly it. Because I don't believe too much individualism is a good thing. I think individualism is good, but I don't think a lot of it is good, because then you lose sense of community. And that's what Oda is trying to favor. He favors community, in my opinion, above everything. Because One Piece is about family, right? But this is what I'll be trying to talk about. Not in this video. I also have to add Blackbeard as well, because Blackbeard is like, oh, it doesn't matter what we all want. Just so long as we can help each other. Or it doesn't matter if we like each other. But this made me realize, because don't get me wrong, there were power scaling arguments that happens in Japan. Power scaling happens fucking everywhere. But I was thinking about whenever I say, oh, this character can join the crew, a lot of people, usually American men, will say, no, that character can't join the crew. They're not strong enough. And I always think about, why are they saying that? Because that's not what One Piece is about. Luffy doesn't care how strong you are. He only cares for character, right? That is heavy individualism. They're not thinking about this character fighting with the crew, or being protected by the crew, or helping the crew in their own way. They're thinking about the character in a 1v1 has to win, so they have to be strong. And that is not how One Piece works. And that's why when you look at Usopp in Wano, and you say Usopp, and you see people saying Usopp didn't do anything in Wano. In my opinion, that's a byproduct of this individualistic thinking. He didn't have a 1v1, he didn't do anything. Therefore, he wasn't useful. But he wasn't he? He was useful. He just didn't have exactly the spotlight. But that's not what One Piece is about, is it? And that's, in my opinion, a form of negative individualism, of it's not carrying your weight. It's no, there are times where you shouldn't rely on other people, and that's simply not true for One Piece. One Piece is all about you can always rely on other people, and again, that's community. Oda believes in the individual self more than anything in One Piece, but more than anything in anything in One Piece, even over that, he believes in family and community. He thinks that's the most important thing. There's a clear showing that if you have your misfits and outcasts together, then your individual self can come out. And you need that community there, right? So tons of people think, oh, this person can't join the crew, i.e. Vivi, they're not strong enough. Put aside the fact this is all power scaling debates. But again, that's individualistic thinking. They're not thinking about Vivi being within the crew. They're thinking about Vivi being one of the crew. Do you know what I mean? They're not thinking of them as a together. They're thinking of the crew as piece. And you can take all the pieces away, leave one. What's that piece going to do by itself? Bro, the pawn on a chessboard is going to do barely fucking anything if it's by itself. Barely anything. But when it's with its whole fucking squad, it's a bit more intimidating, isn't it? That's the whole point. That's the literal whole point of the Straw Hats. That these characters do not exist solely by themselves. And yet you have people saying, no, this person cannot join the crew because they're not strong enough. That's not what One Piece is. This isn't about this, everyone's out for themselves in One Piece. This isn't about this, oh god, what if they're in a 1v1? If they're in a 1v1 and they can't handle it, they call for help. Such as what Sanji did against Black Maria. And Sanji gets clowned on for that. But that's part of the community ideas that Oda believes in. The familial ideas that Oda believes in, asking for help. If Sanji were truly a self-made individual, if he were this individualistic, he should have just been able to do that by himself. But you know what's funny about that? If he wanted to win that Black Maria fight, he would have had to compromise his own beliefs to win that Black Maria fight, which is hitting a woman. That's a belief he has. He refuses to compromise that. And yet people are saying he should compromise that if he wants to be able to win that fight. He shouldn't have called for help. That's pathetic. So, people are asking Sanji to give up a part of his own beliefs to be able to 1v1 a character. And this is why Oda does the balancing of individualism and community well. Because the Sanji moment was him believing on his own individualistic beliefs while also asking for help from community. It's a perfect balance, and Oda just does that very, very well. Anyway, this is a video that I'm excited to talk about, as you can tell. Well, I'm excited to make eventually. I need to read more papers. I need to read more papers about individualism in Japanese media. Episode... Oh, fuck. Do you have the manga chapter for that? Not the episode? Who got me sick? A man in this house got me sick. I love this video. What was this kid going through? But yeah. I went down a rabbit hole last night. It's my roommate Aaron, he's lovely. Oh god. Well, he's lovely, but he doesn't get me sick. Oh my god. Ugh. I'm so sorry, I sound yucky. Alright, I gotta work. Individualism without community versus individualism with community. Yeah. If you lean too far into individualism, you do not have community. But you know what's interesting? Because there's also the message of conforming. And I'm gonna say something controversial. In light doses, conformity isn't bad. Say everyone needs to wear a mask because otherwise everyone's going to get sick if they don't get a mask, if they don't wear a mask. Is that not a sense of conforming? Everyone wearing the same thing? Or am I really, really generalizing that, do you think? But I was thinking of this in the way of school uniforms. In America, you guys don't wear school... Well, some of you don't wear school uniforms. In private schools, I know you do. But in America, a lot of you don't wear school uniforms. And in Australia, we do wear school uniforms. And every American I've talked to where I said, we used to wear school uniforms, or we do wear school uniforms, and they didn't. They'd be like, oh my god. Oh, that sucks. But it didn't suck. And fun fact, there are studies showing that if you wear... would not committing crimes be conforming to an extent, but fun fact, there have been studies showing that uniforms lower the rates of bullying because you don't have that class divide due to the fact that you can't exactly see what other people can afford, right? You're all wearing a uniform. But then I find it interesting that even though you guys in America can wear normal clothes to school, you still have a dress code, and that makes things even more frustrating. Because the dress code dives into a lot of what feels to be sexism regarding how women have higher dress codes than men do, right? Or the girls have a higher dress code than the boys do. And also, the uniform makes it so there's less stress in picking out an outfit every day. That much is true. I personally am grateful that I got to wear a uniform because it definitely made my school life easier. Everyone wearing a uniform, that is a sense of conformity. And it lowered bullying. And it, let's say, more intermingled classes as well, right? Classes as in... social classes, not, you know, school classes, because no one knew how wealthy someone was or wasn't through that uniform. But at the same time, if they got too strict with the uniform policy, i.e., okay, now everyone has to wear white socks only, we would get upset. So a sense of conformity, I think, in my opinion, is fine a little bit because it can help strengthen community, but we still want to show a sense of individualism. So some people would wear some fun little wristband. Other people would maybe get some very light hair dye, you know? Other people would paint their nails. Other people would put a little thing on their bag to show that they were into that. You know what I mean? Like a little anime thing on their bag. So there were still individualistic points within what we wore. It's just the uniform itself was what everyone had to wear. And again, that, in my opinion, just creates a stronger sense of community. At least less of separation of classes, and especially separation of, or lowering of bullying, right? And so it's like, I know that might be a controversial thing to say. I think a little bit of conformity is fine, because it can help people. But it's when it becomes too much, and it becomes too extreme, that then it just feels like, oh, I'm a drone. You know what I mean? Like the guy that has to wear a suit to work, he's wearing wacky socks. They all have to wear a suit, but at least he gets to wear wacky socks. You can have a dress code so long as it's not restricting of every single inch of you, in my opinion. And again, it helps. It helps people with their day-to-day life sometimes. She wore her skirt too short. Oh, Jesus. Fantasy ties. But it's interesting that when I tell a lot of Americans that I had a uniform, their immediate response is yuck. Like they're super against it. And again, that's in my opinion the heavy idea of American individualism that's coming through. And you know what actually some of them said? They said, well, what if you can't afford the uniform? Everyone could afford the uniform because the school would offer support to those who couldn't afford the uniform, as in they would give that, like no one would be without a uniform. Exactly. It's paid by the people enforcing it. And that's not... I can't explain that, but I think that's just a different kind of evil. Yeah, you have to wear a uniform, but no, you have to pay for it. If you're without a uniform, too bad. I've never experienced that personally in Australia, where people can't afford a uniform because the school usually offers them help if they can't afford a uniform. And like, I don't know, America is just such a capitalist society. Yeah, it just really scares me. Dressing too revealing. Hello. Anyway, this is just all I've been thinking about yesterday after looking up some papers. Because I want to talk about individualism and community. And also conformity within One Piece. And I can't wait to talk about that with pirates, because pirates were not conformists by any means. But yeah, it's like saying everyone has to get the vaccine. Am I a conformist because I got the vaccine? I might be. Is that a bad thing? No. I think there's a difference between conformity and community, but I need to find that difference. Sorry, it's all in my mind right now. Similar history to America and Canada, given colonization and claiming land for your own. We have a sense of individualism, don't get me wrong, we have a heavy sense of it. But let's just say Australia has nationalism, patriotism, but not... Because individualism is also about identity, right? A lot of individuals in America, their identity is US of A. Do you know what I mean? There are definitely nationalists within Australia, definitely, don't get me wrong, but not to the extent of America. At least I can't exactly put this on record, but like God, I'm not too sure how to say this, but we have problems. We definitely have problems. And even when we had the outbreak in 2020, when you hear individualism, you think of personal identity first. See, I do too. But a lot of people, like, how many people in America would put America as personal identity as well? Do you know what I mean? And I know that's a stereotype, but isn't that true? I personally, as a personal identity, wouldn't put Aussie! You know what I mean? Like, I am Australian, but I don't put it as one of my core values, I suppose. Do you know what I mean? I don't know how many people do that in Australia. I know there are, but definitely not to the extent of America. And I don't know. I'm now mixing up nationalism with individualism here, but I think that's a fair conversation to have. So we have individualism a lot, to a heavy extent, in Australia. But like, we still had people going against the mandates when the outbreak happened. And we still had people not wanting to vaccinate and all that kind of shit. So there are still the non-conformists. But, look, it's hard to say how much is the country and how much is a lie. Sorry. Sorry, I'm sick still. Because we have a saying in Australia, to give people a fair go. That's a saying. I don't know if we execute it. And I don't know if we execute it because I don't think we do give people a fair go. I think we're incredibly judgmental. And you know what's funny? In my opinion, we don't dress up much in Australia. And you know how some people, like, or in other countries, you really have to dress up when you want to go out. But if you overdress in Australia, you get judged. You really get judged. And it's like, it feels like the normal thing to do in Australia is dress down a little bit. And when you dress down, or if you don't dress down, you're looked at weird. And in my opinion, that's a sense of conformity that we have. Like, if I were to dress in... The judging is hegemony. Sorry. Yes, I know that word. I just can't say it. Like, if I go out in my pink wig and a long pink dress, I get lookers because people do not be dressing out. It's about me being pink. Yep. And a lot of them are not good looks. A lot of them are, what the hell? Hegemony. I don't know. So we have individualism. But at the same time, I feel like we're a bit sheepish. As in, we do tend to follow the flock. For sure. I'm pretty sure that's a TikTok I saw as well of someone who lived in, I think, Canada. And then she moved to Australia. And she was like, Australians will just follow each other. And you know what? I think that's a bit true. Your individualism in America, I read the paper about this, it stems from not only American Revolution. It also stems from the Cold War. Communism. Communism was your boogeyman. And by God, did your political parties of the time just sink their teeth into that. Communism bad. All your fucking movies from like the 60s to 70s were all about metaphors about how communism bad. So you guys started like being scared of communism, so then you went, no, we have to be individuals. And I was like, how ironic is that? Like JFK quite literally said in a political campaign, we need to like be individuals again. And it's like, you're saying to a group of people who all have the same mindset to vote for you, be individuals again. It's a lie. It's a lie. I think sometimes the idea of individualism is a bit of a lie. I'm sorry, it makes me laugh when I read that. It's a value that you guys prioritize, but you don't actually have. Capitalist idea of individualism, exactly. The funniest thing I saw was, or I thought about, was in a socialist society, right? There'd be no brands. It'd be like, oh, you can buy this. And it's all like, you buy flour from one brand, you buy sugar from one brand, right? And it's like, oh, okay. And then so many people are like, oh God, imagine losing our brands. And then you walk down the fucking aisle, and usually now, what you're buying from is all under 2 brands. maybe 3 at most. They have different names, but they're all under the same fucking brand at the end of the day. And it's like, so I can either buy sugar from this billionaire or sugar from this billionaire. That, my friend, is the illusion of choice. And it's like, this is just, yeah, the illusion of choice and the free market. It's not free for me. It's been fucking monopolized. Cultural. Hang on, I'm gonna look up papers about, that. Applesauce. I feel like that's gonna be important to me. Yep. If I want to get chocolate milk powder in Australia, the only fucking brand that exists is Nestle. I fucking hate Nestle. But there's no other choice. I'm serious. I mean like chocolate milk powder that dissolves in cold milk. I don't mean hot chocolate powder, I mean chocolate milk powder. Or Cadbury. That's it too. Not necessarily true. How did we get to this? Oh my god. Sorry, I started talking about this because I'm passionate about it now. Oh. One Piece! Actually, I wrote this down because this made me go heh heh. Because, basically what I read was individualism goes against, or usually against, what society deems is the norm. And that made me think, what is the norm within One Piece society? Owning slaves is the norm within One Piece society, right? It's not accepted as in people don't like it, but it's the norm, isn't it? The norm is to give the celestial tribute as well. That's the societal norm. And I have to think of other societal norms that One Piece has. Societal norm is to usually stay on the island that you live on as well. It's not as common to sail out. I'd say it's more of a societal norm in One Piece because it's an acceptance. Fishermen bad, that's another one. Racism is a societal norm in One Piece. Classism is a societal norm in One Piece. And of course, a lot of the people who agree with the societal norms want to conform. An example I used for that was Doffy. Doffy quite literally was turning people into toys to use. He, you know, quite literally transforming people to be what he wanted them to be. And the only reason he was a pirate is because he wanted power. And he dreamed of going back to conformity, which was being a celestial dragon, because the social system favored him from the way he was born. So because the societal system favored Doffy, he wanted to conform. But when it rejected him, he kind of made his own society. And he made that society in itself conformist, because if they didn't agree with him, he would punish them. He would quite literally turn them into toy soldiers. And that is an example of obviously bad conformity. I don't know what Swiss Miss is. Conformity in Whole Cake Island. You had to give your soul, didn't you? Society of Subservient Winners. But this is why when it comes to pirates and marines, pirates are not just a group. You can't just label them a group, right? And the reason you can't just label them a group is because that is not how pirates work. But at the same time, the Marines, in my opinion, have a false sense of individualism because Garp, his justice is, what is it? Like my justice. His justice is like my personal sense of justice. Brother, you are still all wearing the logo justice on your backs. It doesn't matter what type of justice it is. You are all wearing the same justice on your backs. Which is ironic to me. I'm sick. I'm sick. I don't know what's going to happen with the Celestial Dragons at the end of One Piece because, oh, hang on, give me a sec. I don't know what's going to happen at, to the Marines because, sorry, the Marines, to the Celestial Dragons, because of Doffy's story and how the common person was stringing up children and saying, you know, you have done things that we can never forgive. I don't know what's going to happen. I also got sick. He didn't treat us like humans, so he won't treat you like humans. I genuinely have no idea what he's going to do with the Celestial Dragons. I don't think there's any easy answer there. Also, I'm taking vitamins. Make them slaves? Wow. Remember what the fishmen did? Remember what Hody Jones did? Remember how Oda showed two sides, either side of extremism is bad, which I agree with? That's the thing. Because I do not agree that moving with malice and with ideas of abuse can solve anything. I don't agree with that. And I know that's easy for me to say because of the position I'm in, right? But at the same time, the Celestial Dragons, they don't deserve to live, do they? So it's like, I don't know. I don't know what Oda's gonna do with the Celestial Dragons. Emu can just kill them all, that's a good point. Because you know that thing where it's like, haha, you're just as bad as me, and how some people, like, don't like that? But I agree with that, and the reason I agree with that is because I look at Law and I look at Doffy. Doffy was quite literally laughing his fucking ass off because Law was spiteful. He was full of revenge. And he wanted to kill Doffy, and Doffy was like, you are just like me. And that made Law a very bitter and scared person. And Law couldn't stand that. Personally, I like the way Oda showed with Law and Doffy that cycle, and how that will just eat you up. Oh god. Oh god. Here's the thing, I think the celestial dragons are capable of change, but who will accept that? Who wants to accept that is the issue. I'm gonna stop talking for a bit. Oops. Ugh. Why'd I close that? I haven't kept up with the anime. Eh. I've seen the opening and endings. How do I think Lilith saves Kuma with science? I think she just will work on him. Oh, for fuck's sake. I just want to see what the clone looks like. I miss Sanji. Oh my god. Thank you, Zim. Oh, I haven't done my Pokemon pull today. How would I want Sanji to die? I want him to mutate and I want Zoro to kill him. Easy. I don't want it to be the hardest thing both of them have ever done ever. As Sanji's dying, he asks Zoro to light his cigarette one last time. Nah, he asks Zoro if he wants a puff of his vape. Zoro, do you want to hit my vape? I got nothing good. I got this fella. You can't see him. It's Reggie Gigas. What? Oh, I can open another pack. Nothing good again. Man. I got the cool Giratina card actually, and that made me cheer because Giratina is my favorite legendary. Oh god. Look, I got this one. I went yippee when I pulled him. Makes me cheer. I went yay. Yay. I like the drama person in YouTube chat. I don't want Zoro to kill Sanji fucking maliciously. I want it to be because of the promise. What am I stopping? I love this kid. Why was he so distraught? His team lost? Sports is crazy. I want to use crying Zoro. This is what Zoro needs to do. He was so fucking angry when Sanji left. God, he's funny. Oh, I'm sorry for the snotty nose. I like tragedy. It's crazy. I like seeing... When I have a favorite character, they have to go through things. Otherwise, I don't care. You know, back in the day when Shakespeare was making his tragedies, I would have been one of them bitches in the crowd going, yeah, fuck him up. It's not because I'm sadistic, I just like seeing the extent of human emotion on my screen. But I also like happy endings. Like, I don't want Sanji to die, but it'd make a hell of a story if he did, you know what I mean? But I'd also be fucking yippee if he lived. I like seeing humanity in my art, what can I say? I like being reminded that I am human when I read something. I do like sad men, that's true. I'm indifferent towards my greatest simp, Sanji? No, I'm not indifferent. I feel much for him. I feel so much for him. It's true that if a writer likes their character, they're going to make them go through some shit. That's how I knew Oda liked Sanji. He made him go through shit twice, and I was like, wow, he really likes this guy. You know why? Because writing happiness all the time, or writing, even just writing sadness all the time, not writing a wave, flat is just boring. Like, if Sanji were miserable all the fucking time, that would suck. It's about the up and the downs. Writers are creators. Anyone who creates is a creator. Oh god. I still want Sanji to have a happy ending though. Like, I don't want him to die. But I would definitely feel... Well, tragedy is just everything is spiraling out of the protagonist's control. Tragedy usually means an unhappy ending. I like points of tragedy. It doesn't have to end in sadness. Like, a tragedy, though, that I do love is Devilman Crybaby. That's a tragedy. And that's something just incredible. But then I also like Mob Psycho 100. I think that's a masterpiece. And that's not a tragedy at all, but Mob goes through shit, doesn't he? We need things that make us feel human, and then we need things that make us feel good, you know? Some people want escapism, other people want a cold splash of reality, but that's what art's for. Watch Devilman Crybaby. The manga's good, but it's dated. And I mean that. It's from, the 1970s. (1972). Devilman Crybaby. Watch that. Just watch Devilman Crybaby. And then if you like Devilman Crybaby, read the original 1972 Devilman. Yeah. Angst and fluff? You're literally talking about the drama masks. But this is why, when Kuma survived at the end of Egghead, I was so happy. Because we had seen how much shit had happened to Kuma. We had seen what Kuma went through to save this child, his daughter. And for me, when Kuma survived, that was euphoria. Because we saw what he went through, and he gets to live. I was so happy. Because I think if Kuma died at the end of Egghead, that would have been... well, it would have been a major bummer. I don't think that would have made anyone feel good. We'd already seen so much tragedy with Kuma. So much. Why did we need more of it? Because One Piece isn't Devilman. I mean, as Oda said himself, he doesn't want to create a story where emotions are just from people dying. I need to find that quote again, but I'm pretty sure he said it in an SBS. He said he wants to create a story that the emotions come authentically from the characters, not from death. Actually, if anyone can find that SBS, please help me, because I know he says that. Fuck, maybe I should ask Foily, she'd know. Also, some people wanted Kuma to die because they wanted Bonnie to join the crew. But one of the reasons Ace's death was sad is because Oda doesn't like killing people. Imagine if Oda just fucking killed people willy-nilly. If Oda made fucking One Piece like Walking Dead, Ace's death would not have had that impact. Especially now that we're ending on the final saga. And I'm sure there's going to be a lot happening in the final saga. Oda's not going to just be killing people until we get to that last part of the story, for obvious reasons. Because it'll make us actually question, fuck, who is he going to kill? If he kills anyone. I wouldn't say that. Ace's death was not tragic. I disagree. Ace's death was bittersweet. But, I believe Ace's death was... It was melancholic because he died knowing people loved him. He even thanked them. He realized how many people loved him. He literally said, "Thank you for loving me." He knew. And that is the bittersweet part. He died with a smile because he realized people loved him. And that's funny because he still died with what his dream accomplished, which was just people loving him. So Ace did not die in vain, and he certainly didn't die unhappy. It's a shame Ace died, but he did get what he wanted. And I think that's beautiful. Yeah. But at the same time, fuck, he died. No, I don't think Luffy's gonna die at the end of One Piece. Yeah, it's also how death is in the end. I guess Ace still didn't think he was worth that, but he still died with a smile. I still argue that he died with his dream accomplished. Well, Wano was partially about Ace just as much as it was about Luffy, and I think that's beautiful. Wano was so good. Whatever, I'm not having this conversation. Why did I start that? I don't know if we're going to the moon, but I fully believe Luffy's going to space. I fully believe this. Kaido was a fucking fantastic villain. I'm sick of people saying that Oda rushed him. I really don't think he did at all. I made a whole video for Kaido because of how annoying that I was so annoyed. Because Kaido's story was such an epiphany. To me it was anyway. Ow. Yeah, people equate short backstory for bad, and that's why they say Zoro needs a second backstory. No, the fuck he doesn't. Zoro's story tells us everything we need to know about him. Well, what are you talking about? Oh yeah, also there's a part of rocks with Kaido as well that we have to know about. We need to see what Zoro was like before he had kneecaps. Sorry, my ear hurts. One of my favorite points of Kaido is his interactions with Odin. When he says to Odin, I'm sorry for what happened in the fight, and he kills him anyway. Kaido was not happy with how the fight played out, but at the same time, he still thought Odin weak for caving to what he thought was Momonosuke. And that's such a tell of his character. This fucking music was what I'm doing right now. Oh my god. The signs of Luffy being the sun god specifically can be related back to his connection with the sun. One of Oda's favorite panels is when Luffy literally flies from the sun to save Vivi. But the first island, well, Nami's aside, the first island he liberates, their flag is the sun. And I'm looking at this like, you're Oda, you cunt. Like, the first major country he liberates literally represents the sun. I.e., he liberates, like, the flag of the sun. And it's like, this, because the sun saved Alabama. Like, oh my god, that pissed me off. And it's like, there are definitely things there regarding, Luffy being the sun god, but Luffy becoming something of legend, something of belief and religious legend in general is so foreshadowed. I cannot tell you enough about that. I talk about it in my East Blue video, but there's literally a scene in Logtown where the narrator says things that were once history become legend and things that were legend become myth. And it's Sanji pointing to Zoro as Luffy is alive, and Sanji asking Zoro, hey, do you believe in a god? And Zoro says, I don't want to talk about that right now. And Luffy's between them laughing. And it's like, there's clearly religious meaning here. There's clearly the connection of god and myth and legend with Luffy here. There always has been. This is why I'm saying I do believe Oda always had this plan for Luffy. I don't think he had Gear 5 as a form itself planned yet, but he definitely had Luffy's evolution planned. His narrative planned. Ugh. Oh, I pressed the wrong button. Well, Tom and Jerry. But I see what you're saying, Subuki. Sorry, I just love Tom and Jerry. When Oda said, yeah, Gear 5's Tom and Jerry pilled, I was like, fuck. God, every day I realize why I like One Piece. As always, saying One Piece isn't good at foreshadowing. If Oda weren't collecting his notes and able to, you know, tell us or hint what's coming up, One Piece would be a mess. It would be an absolute mess. There'd be fucking plot holes everywhere. I can't think of a single plot hole in One Piece, can you? Over 25 years, I can't think of a single plot hole in One Piece. That's fucking crazy. That is absolutely insane. There are movies that are 10 million times shorter than One Piece that have plot holes. This man overthinks everything he does. Well, with what we've been told now, right? Can you think of a major plot hole? I can't. I just can't. We're talking about plot hole, not art or grammar mistakes. That's a big difference. How Pell survived the bomb? See, that one's funny. KFC chicken. I was gonna say, Pell surviving the bomb while Queen died from falling downstairs. I understand, as always, I understand why Pell survived, but not the how. I honestly think that's something Oda also is like, I think I overdid that. I don't know if he'd admit it. Maybe he would, but I think he looks back on that and goes, the boom was too big. But yeah, as always, the story's been going on for 25 years. If Oda were not a good writer, it wouldn't make sense. I don't know how to explain to people, to have a cohesive story like this that continues to build and keeps making sense, you have to be a good writer. If Oda were a bad writer, One Piece would be fucking nonsensical right now. Absolutely nonsensical. Well, Dragon Ball is nonsensical, but Dragon Ball's a whole different story. Barely a story, but it's a whole different story. I don't hate Dragon Ball, by the way. I'm just not into it. But Dragon Ball is the reason why people look at One Piece and say, oh, Oda's just adding shit in. He's just making stuff up without thinking about it. Dragon Ball's the reason for that. I found this out because Toriyama did that with Dragon Ball. And because Toriyama did that with Dragon Ball, people look at Oda and go, oh, Oda's doing the same thing. No, the fuck he's not! Like, they're different stories. Toriyama could afford to just add shit into his story without really thinking about it, because Dragon Ball wasn't as narratively driven as One Piece is. I'd say Oda definitely has the concepts. He just doesn't have it all planned out yet. But yeah, I don't have any fucking hate for Dragon Ball. I majorly respect it. I majorly respect Toriyama. But, people use Toriyama's way of writing as a definition or an explanation for Oda's writing, and it's like, they are two different people writing two different stories. Or they were writing two different stories. Fly High Toriyama. Like, you cannot use what Toriyama has said and done in his own story to One Piece just because Oda admired him. Oda admired many different writers and he's read many different things. Why is Dragon Ball the end-all be-all of what Oda's inspiration is? I watched the original Dragon Ball, yes. I was not into it, I'm afraid. No, One Piece is compared to Naruto and Bleach, but the way Oda writes is compared to Toriyama. And again, they're two different people. Because again, Toriyama could afford to just add things without thinking about it to Dragon Ball. He could. Dragon Ball was simply that loose. Dragon Ball was like more of a sitcom than anything. But Oda can't. He can't afford to do that, otherwise his story becomes a mess. And it's a linear narrative. I do very much admire Toriyama though, for what he's done, don't get me wrong. It's just fine that it's not for me. Oh! Also the editing thing. Because of what Toriyama's editors did to Dragon Ball, everyone looks at Oda and says that's his editor. Oda has said fucking nothing about his editors. Nothing. He hasn't said his editor. What he said was, what we do have on record, is Oda's editor read the first chapter, and you know what the editor said? They said, you need something more exciting to sum up the chapter. The editor didn't tell Oda, take away Shanks' arm. The editor said to Oda, you just need something more. Oda himself decided to take away Shanks' arm from that. So yes, Oda did plan that. He simply took what his editor said and agreed with that and made it his own vision. But because of what Toriyama's editors did to Toriyama, people look at Oda and say, oh, Oda's editors are doing the same thing. Oda hasn't said anything about his editors changing anything. Like, you know the whole, oh, the editors added the Zoro-Luffy fight? That's not true, that's a myth. Not only is that a myth, that's a Western-made myth. No one, absolutely no one on any Japanese sites or forums has said anything about that. That doesn't even exist as a conversation in Japanese forums or within Japanese spaces for One Piece. That's something that we made up for some reason. Why? Yeah, whatever influence editors had in One Piece, we would know, because Oda would say that. Oda's not afraid to say, like, who pushed him or inspired him to do something different. Like, I don't know if you guys know this, but Oda's not shy to talk about his story and what inspired him. He literally said he made Sanji a quadruplet because of his daughter, because his daughter liked Osamatsu-san. Look, the reason I know Oda's going to write what he wants, how he wants, is because of the quote about Gear 5. And he said, Shonen's getting too serious these days and I don't like it. I'm forever going to keep Luffy silly. That is not a man you are going to be able to sway. If he wants to write what he wants to write, you're not swaying him. Like, it's very clear to me. I disagree. I don't think Oda took inspiration from just Dragon Ball for the East Blue characters at all. In fact, I think a lot of inspiration from Oda was from, Lupin, not Dragon Ball. I think there's a lot of Dragon Ball inspiration in One Piece, but I think the main characters are Lupin inspired. It feels very Lupin, not Dragon Ball. Luffy, Nami, Zoro, and Sanji. That's literally like... That's Lupin. Lupin the Third. But also, it's a mix of other things, because Oda also said his inspiration for Sanji was Steve Buscemi from Reservoir Dogs, his character. Like, he wasn't shy about that either. Like, it's not just one thing. What happened to the music? Lupin the Third. Look at these fellas and tell me you don't see some One Piece in there. Go on, I dare you. Wait, I got a better one. I dare you. I dare you. I dare you. Whoa, who are these guys? Who the hell are these guys? Is that Monkey D. Luffy and his crew? You see what I mean? That's clearly inspiration, like... I'm not stupid, Oda. But they're not the same characters, of course. But, I forgot her name. She's so Nami-like, though. Fujiko, that's her name. Lupin is super surprisingly super influential in Japan. It's not like Dragon Ball in the sense that it got global. Lupin isn't on that level globally, but in Japan it's fucking majorly influential. It's like Devilman. Devilman is fucking crazy influential in Japan. But you don't hear as many people talking about it for reference, because other things are more globally popular than it. And Doraemon, yeah. Oh yeah, I knew Miyazaki worked on Lupin. I do know this. I do know that. Fun facts, bits of Lupin were in the Ghibli Museum. Like, talking of it. Yeah, Journey to the West. That's like a base for shonen. Fave Ghibli movie, I'm basic, it's Spirited Away. Sorry, I just love little girl going on an Alice in Wonderland like adventure. Ugh. By the way, Lupin came way before Dragon Ball, to the person asking. Lupin was in the 1960s. (1967) was Lupin the Third. Dragon Ball was the 1970s to 80s? 1980s. Yes, Lupin was way before Dragon Ball. I had to double check that, but I was like, I'm pretty sure Lupin was way before. Recap. Also, I don't have beef with Dragon Ball. I respect it. But it's more like, because I'm into One Piece, I see so many people look at Dragon Ball and say, yeah, this is One Piece. This is what inspired One Piece. And I'm like, parts of it did, yes. But it's not the only thing. Again, they hold Toriyama and Oda to the same writing ideas, and it's like, they write differently. It's not, I don't hate Dragon Ball, I don't at all hate Dragon Ball. It's more like the comparisons people make between Dragon Ball and One Piece drive me nuts. Because it's like, yes, of course One Piece is inspired by Dragon Ball, but it's not fucking 50-50, you know what I mean? Like, there are so many more inspirations for One Piece than Dragon Ball. But it is interesting that not many people actually know about Lupin the Third and know about its influences outside of Japan as, like, manga fans. Lupin the Third is incredibly influential in Japan. Like, I am so sure that Lupin the Third is a huge inspiration for One Piece. Metal Gear Solid Snake? Yeah. Hideo Kojima? Who do you think I am? I haven't actually played it. I just think Hideo Kojima and Snake is funny. I mean, I was trying to find, because it's a trend in shonen to have the money-hungry woman, or the money... Sorry, my nose. Anyway. It's a trend in shonen to have the money-hungry woman or the money-wanting woman. Just a woman that wants money is a trend. And while that's a trend in the West as well, because of historical things and societal things. In shonen specifically, it's a thing. And I was like, where has this come from? And my best bet is that in modern day shonen, that's come from Lupin because of Fujiko. That's what I gathered anyway. Oh, for God's sake. Oops. Discuss. All I really know about Metal Gear Solid is Ocelot. And when he goes, wow! And when he says 12 shots. Really, really like that one. Really, really, really like that one. Why do I have... Get rid of that. Oh, never mind, hang on. Just make it a bit smaller. There we go. 36. Look, Sherms. Yeah, people will have you believe that modern day shonen protagonist is based off Goku, and while that is technically correct, it's also definitely based off Lupin. Lupin, in my opinion, has created that trope more than Goku has because of it coming first. In the same way, the pretty light-haired anime boy, again, in my opinion, actually came from Devilman and came from Zero. Oh, Astro Boy too. Fuck, how could I forget Astro Boy? But again, it's generation based, so a lot of newer generation writers would probably be writing from Goku, not from Lupin. Oops, pointing at myself. God, what did I do? I'm feeling a bit better, but I'm still icky. Of course, Metal Gear Solid's more convoluted than One Piece. It's made by Hideo Kojima. God, he's insane. I love him, he's crazy. I just like the time when Kojima was in love with Mads Mikkelsen. He still is. The photo of Mads smoking and Kojima is sitting with him, and the caption was like, he was like pretending to hold a cigarette or something. He was like, I don't smoke, but Mads does, and I wanted to look cool like him or something. He was in love with that man, and he still is. That was so funny. He cracks me up. Do-do-do. I still haven't seen Chainsaw Man, but I know for a fucking fact Devilman inspired Chainsaw Man. Need I say more after saying the titles? I've talked about this before, but fun fact, anything in Japanese media that mentions the Western idea of devils and angels, again in a Western religious sense, that came from Devilman. Devilman was like the first to do that. To like reference the Bible in Japanese media. And so many other Japanese medias from then on took that and went, yeah, that's cool actually. Not took that, they were inspired from that. I think it's a beautiful thing. And it's really funny, because if you watch Devilman, yeah, Evangelion, if you watch Devilman as a Western person who obviously knows of, like, Christianity and Catholicism, some of it isn't very surprising. Akira literally goes to a room labeled 666. That is so fucking obvious to us. Back in the day, because it's not as well known in Japan, obviously, like what things in the Bible and shit like that, the devil's number. That was like, whoa, this is a reference to the Bible. The cultural differences are very funny. Who are the Dark Trio, sorry? They're called the Dark Trio. Who called them the Dark Trio? I haven't seen any of them. But probably if I watched them, it'd be Chainsaw Man. Like, I know I'd like Chainsaw Man, I just haven't watched it. Or read it, I suppose. I want to read it. Ah, Slam Dunk. Slam Dunk did for basketball in Japan what Devilman Crybaby did, what Devilman did for the Bible in Japan. Introduced the concept to a wide degree. Oh yeah, Devilman Crybaby was super well received, super well received. I think it's a masterpiece. Just a masterpiece. The guy who created Devilman himself said he loved it. And that's always good. He didn't work on it, by the way, he just loved it. Okay, Chainsaw Man isn't a shonen, though. Am I correct in saying that? I didn't think Chainsaw Man was a shonen. It's like we're labeling anything shonen these days. I don't think Chainsaw Man's a shonen. Isn't it a seinen? How is it a shonen? It's got like boobs in it. It was published on Shonen Jump's website. Seriously? That is dark for Shonen Jump standards. I had no idea. Yeah, that is dark for Shonen Jump standards. That's crazy. Well, damn, you got me. The ear is so unsettling. I understand it's a gill, but oh, sorry. You know what I've seen? How do I explain this? You know how we talk about media literacy is dead? You know how people complain about something they read and they say, this was disturbing, this made me feel disturbed. And now some people say to them, you were supposed to feel disturbed. Because I agree with the second side, you're supposed to feel disturbed when you read something disturbing. I sure hope you feel disturbed. And then some people respond to that with, well, it shouldn't. And you know what I always think about when I see conversations like that? Then why are you reading something disturbing? Because imagine reading a psychological horror or a psychological thriller and going, wow, that disturbed me. I didn't like that. Why the fuck are you reading it? Like, I see that. I feel like we're entering an era of media literacy where people are saying everything should be made for me specifically. I feel like that's what's going on these days. And I don't mean that in an anti-woke way, in an anti-inclusive way. I mean that in a things have different genres. If you don't like a certain genre, why are you reading it? I just see it a lot now, and it's like, if you don't want to be disturbed, then why are you reading genre that is disturbing? It's bizarre to me. That's like saying, I don't like gore, I'm going to watch Saw. Why? Why are you watching Saw? Oh my god, thank you, Thrash! I cannot believe you found that for me. I haven't, no. Sorry. One day I gotta do like a watch week where I just watch a lot of things. Maybe you guys can join me. Maybe that can be a Discord event. This music is so lovely. I've seen Kill Bill. I had to watch a bunch of Tarantino for my uni course. And it's so funny, he's such a fucking weeb. He's such a weeb. Bye. Why am I so far to this side? If I sit up properly... Okay, if I sit up properly, it's fine. It's because I'm leaning. It's gonna meddle with my camera again. Ow, my foot. Ow. I still have the video of Tarantino spitting his drink as the announcer says Ben Affleck. I swear this is edited. You can't hear it, but the announcer on stage says Ben Affleck because I assume he won some award. I'm assuming this is edited and he didn't actually spit his drink at Ben Affleck getting an award. Ooh, I just got the shivers. I am shrimping. Hi, Amir. I've talked about Attack on Titan before. I kept up with it for a long while. I dropped it around the time Aaron got his long hair. And then I read what happened by the end, and I was like, okay. I remember dropping it because I was like, this has just become a bit boring and convoluted now. I was like, I kind of don't care now. Let's just say Attack on Titan was also something that wasn't for me. I enjoyed the beginning, but then I was like, eh. I've realized I have this issues with stories where the immediate first act of the story is interesting, but a lot of the time it can struggle to retain my interest after that because it feels like it's just gotten the most exciting parts out of the way or the biggest bits out of the way, and now it feels like a slow crawl to the next interesting thing. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, like the Titans and the Wool were revealed. And I was like, okay, that's exciting. And then it kind of felt like it just started to crawl. And it's not my attention span. It was more like, it felt like they were doing a bunch of nothing sometimes. And I was like, why are we here? What are we doing? Like, I don't know, it felt like it wasn't moving enough for me. I struggle to maintain interest in stories that rely on their next plot twist, I suppose. I'm using Sony Vegas. As always, I know that sounds ironic because One Piece's plot twists, although to an extent I'd honestly disagree. One Piece has plot twists per se, but Oda doesn't rely on plot twists for his story to be exciting anyways. One Piece has definitely spoiled so fucking much for me in terms of storytelling. It's certainly ruined fantasy for me. Because One Piece is so open into what it can do that it makes the other fantasy worlds feel restricting. It's just fucking ruined it for me. I think what happens with One Piece is I don't feel like there's a bunch of nothing between things happening with One Piece. Some people would disagree with that, but of course I'm talking strictly on the manga. Whenever Oda's writing anything, it feels like there's a purpose to everything. It feels like everything I'm seeing I'm engaged with. There's some media, I just don't get that. But also it's because Oda just has incredibly likable characters, right? Zoro could be pissing off the side of the boat and I'd be engaged. Because I like him. He just has very likable characters. I don't know. In my opinion, Attack on Titan would just slow to a crawl sometimes. Like, in the very first season, or the very first part of the story, where they just go to that cabin and they're cleaning it out. I was like, hey, what the fuck are we doing here? I thought the outside was crawling with titans. What's going on right now? There were just some parts of Attack on Titan where I was like, I'm a bit bored. But hey, that's because Attack on Titan's not a story for me. Some people feel like that with One Piece. Some people are fucking shitbored with One Piece. That's fine. I'm not saying Attack on Titan has bad writing. I'm just saying that parts of Attack on Titan did not interest me. You know what does have really good writing and isn't, for some reason, on the same length? On the same area? Political writing, by the way. Not just writing, but political writing, military writing. Code Geass. Even when Attack on Titan ended, people were comparing it to Code Geass for good reason. I loved Code Geass's ending. I thought it was fucking magnificent. Code Geass is fucking phenomenal. There's a lot of fan service in it, I don't mind, but Code Geass is just phenomenal. There's some annoying parts, don't get me wrong. Fuck, I have to watch Code Geass again. Code Geass is shit that has me on the edge of my seat. I love Code Geass, and I don't know why Code Geass isn't also held up to the standard of, like, good writing in anime. I don't know. Because I'm using Code Geass as a reference here because Code Geass was on the same political, military kind of area that Attack on Titan was in. Like, you want edgelord guy who's not really the protagonist and is more of an antagonist, but he's the main character? That's Lelouch, bitch! I don't know why Eren gets that. I think Code Geass writes moral grayness better than Attack on Titan does personally, but hey, maybe that's just me. Personally, I think Code Geass is better than Death Note, yes, but they're different stories, obviously. I got way more into Code Geass than I did Death Note, that's all I know. Also, moral grayness with light. He had moral grayness, but he was definitely more on the yucky side, wasn't he? But yeah, I love Code Geass. Yeah, Death Note's good, but not as good as people say it is. Definitely. Death Note is so much better if you watch it as a comedy. I'm serious. But these are all personal opinions, you have to remember. Also, by the way, I don't like Gundams. Gundams are something that do not retain my interest. I go, when I see a Gundam. Code Geass is pretty much partially a Gundam anime. Partially, it is a Gundam anime. And I love it. That's how you know that writing has got to be good. Because it has Gundams in it, and I still love it. It's like One Piece being a shonen. One Piece is a shonen. I'm not a shonen fan. And yet, I love One Piece. That's how you know One Piece has got to be good. I don't care about Transformers. Yeah, I'm sorry. No, any big robot, I kind of don't care about. The only two I really did was Evangelion and Code Geass. Not to be the stereotype that Oda shows women to be, but yeah. I don't care. I don't care about Big Robot. The only time I had a moment where I was like, whoa, that big robot is so cool, was Code Geass. Because Suzaku got like this new robot and I was like, what? It's called the Lancelot. That was the only time that I've ever had that moment. I mean, there are tons of like robot girlies, like Transformer girlies. I don't get it. I wish I could see what you guys could see, but I don't get it. I cannot elaborate how mind-numbingly nothing that is to me. I have no emotions when I see stuff like that. But God, I wish I had that kind of love for robot. I guess I am shallow because it's more about aesthetic as well. I love writing of people, you guys all know this, but Gundams and Transformers aren't pretty to me. Like, not pretty, but if I want writing of people, then I want it to be people. Like, I don't want to look at a robot on my page. I don't know. Like a block cube bot. I'm just not about that. I like the flesh, what can I say? I enjoy matters of flesh, not matters of bot. You have to understand, I'm someone who fucking hates like anything like industrial. Like, I think of like mechanisms and machines in like a car kind of way, like oil and gears, and I go, ew! Like, I cannot stand it. I'm someone who, like, I hate cars, I hate motorbikes, I hate boats. I like trains, but only because they don't get me sick and they travel fast. I'm not about that style. No, this is not my style. No, sorry, Amir. I don't know. That robot suit, eh. I just like squishy flesh. Bastard. Do not spill oil. What the hell? But yeah, anything mechanized. Like, I'm so happy Frankie still has skin. And still, at least, is human in components. Anything that looks mechanized, I'm like, Hi. I feel like I'm the exact opposite of of the machine. And I know this because like my favorite type of horror is body horror. I talked about this. Cronenberg's one of my favorite directors. Again, things of flesh. I'd rather read of the flesh than of the machine. Unless it's I have no mouth and I must scream. But even that ends in like body horror. Armor can be cool, but I don't care about mechanized armor. Like, I like knight armor. Look, if I look at anything and I think it has oil in it, I go, like car oil, gas, I go, no. I hate that. Yeah, cyborgs are alright. Yeah, anything that looks human but isn't human, I can deal with. Anything that doesn't look human but is human, as in mechanized, I kind of like, eh. Where I draw the line would be, Egbert. Shaka. Probably. I like Shaka a lot. Like Daft Punk, that's probably where I draw the line. They're people, they just wear robot helmets. No, I don't like Human Centipede. That's yucky. Controversial, I can't deal with shit eating. Is that a crazy thing to say? I can deal with a lot in my lifetime. Cannot deal with the concept of shit eating. I'm afraid. But yeah, Human Centipede is too yucky in the ways that it's not like ultra disturbing. It's just, I don't like that. Can we actually, you know what? Let's change topics. This is a horrible and cursed topic to be on. I mean, the point of the film was to make a disgusting film, which is fine. Inspector Gadget! Ah! Da -da 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 -da. Bang a theme. Oh, I love horror. Well, look, one of my favorite directors is Ari Aster. I am so excited for his new movie coming out this year. Every time Ari Aster releases a new movie, I'm there. I'm keen as a bean to watch it. Ugh. Midsommar is one of my favorite movies ever, only because I'm fascinated with cults. Mainly because they terrify me. Oh, whoopsie poopsie. It's going the wrong way. But I love Midsommar because I love the showing of how anyone can get into a cult. Anyone. Like, I always say, the most horrifying thing about a cult is it can happen to you. It can happen to anybody. And anyone who thinks they are not susceptible to a cult, it's just not true. It's simply not true. I worry for those people the most. If you think you are safe from the cult, you are probably the most susceptible to the cult. Especially if you're down in one of your worst moments of your life and you still think, oh, I'm not susceptible to the cult. Sure, buddy. Sorry, not to scare you guys. Horror, when it's psychological, is actual scary. Horror, when it's just jump scare, gore, wow, that's just funny. Ugh. The collector. Have I seen this? I haven't. I always like to watch a new horror movie. I'm putting that in my list. Hey, I've got Sleepaway Camp on my list. Oh yeah, that's one of the reasons why I loved Doffy's family. Doflamingo's family, in my opinion, and how people react to Doffy is who is the most susceptible to a cult. If you think Doffy has a heart and he actually cares about the people in his family, I'm sorry, you're getting culted. You're getting caught. Like, I truly believe Doffy is a test. I really truly believe he's a test. I think if you think Doffy really cares about that family that he has, that he actually does care about them, you're susceptible. You will be caught. Like, I know this in my heart. I still can't get over how people are like, oh, but he came back for baby 5. He came back for baby 5 and the other guy. Yeah, but it was also just letting Monet and Virgo die. And baby 5 and the other guy sure don't know about that. They sure didn't know that Doffy just allowed that. Like, it's crazy to me. Because I always remind people, like, if Luffy were in Doffy's situation, and instead of Monet, it would, like, Nami, and instead of Virgo, it was Zoro, would Luffy just say, okay, you served your time, bye? No, the fuck he would not, because Luffy has a family. Not a tool set. Ah. He let Baby 5 and Buffalo and his crew to groom them into being useful. He literally took a little girl with a devil fruit that was artillery. For all we know, he gave her that devil fruit, by the way. Also, every single person under Doffy has a devil fruit, except for Virgo, I believe. Hello? Ah! This man is fucking evil. Okay, I gotta start him. But yeah, whenever people argue Doffy's... Oh, sorry, Dellinger's part fishman, but he got Dellinger as a literal infant child. All Dellinger knows is what Doffy has told him. Which again, horrifying in my opinion, just horrifying. But being a fishman is also, like, part of the power that Doffy wanted. Oh my god, then there's the G guy. Sorry, everyone but 2 people, maybe 3, have a devil fruit under Doflamingo. Go away, please, thank you. Because remember, he was also looking to give Corazon a devil fruit, so Corazon could die for Doffy. He was only seeking out devil fruits to give his crew for power and for his own gain. And the way he says it to Law, like we could find a devil fruit that could heal you. It's just manipulative. He's so evil to me. Do you think one cannot have an objective view on media like anime if you haven't tried movies, books, etc.? Yes. I don't think one can have an objective view. You know why? Because it's giving guy who's only seen Boss Baby. If your favorite medium is anime, and you've tried other things, then yeah, you have an objective view. But if you've only seen anime, I don't think you have an objective view, no. I think it's important to experience everything. Again, guy who's only seen Boss Baby, this is just like Boss Baby. It's the worry of being caught in a rabbit hole. Or being caught in an echo chamber, I suppose. Tsubaki, did you know people argued with me when I said Doffy groomed Law, even though he literally said it? And people were like, you're taking it too literally. Yes, because it's literal. Because it's literal. Because he literally said to Law, I'm going to groom you for the position of Corazon. Yes, I'm taking it literally because it is literal. It's in the text, right? I do wonder what he said in Japanese, though. Also, when Doffy said, he said to Corazon, if you've given Law the devil fruit, then he needs to learn to die for me. This man is fucking pure evil. I'm sorry. If Doffy actually cared about Law, when Law got that devil fruit, Doffy would say, oh yippee, he's healed from lead disease. Instead, it's, oh, you gave him the devil fruit, he needs to learn to die for me. This man doesn't give a fuck about anyone but himself. He shot his own blood brother, for fuck's sake. His own father and blood brother. Doffy was both a product of his environment, but also a question. Because Doffy was given the option of power or unconditional love. The gun or his dad. And he picked power. A lot of people say that Treble groomed Doffy as well. There's a point to that. To an extent, Treble did. However, Treble gave Doffy a choice. He gave Doffy a choice in power or unconditional love. Because even as Doffy was going to shoot his dad still said, I love you. But Doffy just did not care for love at all. And isn't that in itself a showing that no, Doffy does not love his family? He finds absolutely no value in love. He shot the one guy that loved him unconditionally, his dad, because he wanted power. He did not care about love. How the fuck can this man actually care about his so-called family if he clearly does not value love? He does not value care. He sees it as a tool to use, not as something to actually treasure. It's just obvious as day to me. Obvious as anything. Eh. Doffy was more angry that his dad took power away from them, Amer. Doffy didn't mention his mother once after his mother died. He didn't shoot his dad and say, "You killed mum." He shot his dad because his dad took his power away from him. He took his status away from him. I even struggle to say that Doffy cared about his mother. Because not once does Doffy ever even think about his mother or talk about his mother. When his mother died, he doesn't even cry. He doesn't even go to his mum. He just says, "Dad, look what you did." Which I think is a showing of this kid just wants a pedestal. He's less angry he lost his mum, in my opinion, and more angry that he lost the luxury of his mum. Do you know what I mean? There are layers to his hate. That for sure is true. But even through it all, his father still loved him. Doffy was being chased to the ends of the earth to be killed, and one man was still holding him and saying, "Please, don't kill him. Don't kill my son. I love my son." And even as Doffy held a gun to his dad's head, his dad said, "Doffy, I love you." And Doffy shot him blank. Point blank. And Doffy didn't care about that love. He only wanted power. He wanted status again. But see, Tsubaki, I can argue that. Because as fucked up as Doffy's parents were, they seem to have some type of empathy. Kotazon was young, but he seemed to have some type of empathy. His parents may not have been perfect people at all, but they cared, did they not? But see, that's the thing, I don't blame Treble. I blame parts of Treble. But again, this is still something where Doffy, he chose status over his dad. Treble didn't make him do that. I think Doffy definitely could have developed empathy. Sorry, what second phrase? What? And that's since he didn't have an empathetic nature. To compensate. I'm not sure. I mean, Tsubaki, I'll still argue that you can develop empathy as a celestial dragon. After all, what about the celestial dragon that wanted to help Shirahoshi? He developed empathy for the fishmen. I think Doffy was very well able to develop empathy, and he simply didn't. I think Treble kept Doffy on the path he was on. I don't think Treble did Doffy any favors. But I think to that point, Doffy still... Well, Kotazon was young, so people don't use Kotazon as an example. But, because, Treble was there, don't get me wrong. Treble didn't help Doffy. And who knows, maybe if he were raised by someone else... Maybe he'd be different, but I don't agree, because he still shot his dad. Again, Treble didn't make him shoot his dad. At all. Treble wasn't there when Doffy yelled, I'll kill all of you. To everyone slinging him up. To all the people trying to kill him, you know? I think people put too much blame on Treble. Treble was part of enabling Doffy's bad habits. I wish I knew! But Treble wasn't what made Doffy into the monster that he is. Not even Corazon says anything about Treble. Treble handed him the choice of power, and again, Doffy took it. But this is why Doffy is so interesting. Either way, no, the man does not care about his family. He doesn't even care about his blood family. The blood family that loved him unconditionally. His father said, Doffy, I love you. Corazon couldn't even shoot him. Doffy just didn't give a shit. I mean, it's hard to give the Celestial Dragons a chance at redemption. Like, that scene with Doffy, Corazon and his dad being slung up as everyone was yelling about what the Celestial Dragons had done to them, to their lives, to their loved ones. That's a scene I remember watching, and I remember thinking, there's nothing I can say. Nothing. I can't possibly tell these people that they're wrong for what they're doing. I can't. Children were kidnapped and killed, turned into slaves. People were blinded, deformed by the Celestial Dragons. People were even killing themselves after coming back from being a slave of the Celestial Dragons. What the Celestial Dragons are still affecting people to this day. So it's like, I can't possibly look at the poorer class looking at former Celestial Dragons and yelling these hateful things and tell them, hey, stop that. Give them a chance. Like, I can't possibly do that. That's the first time I've ever had that moment of, I just don't know what's right here. I just don't. It was just such a like, disturbing moment to me. Because I've never experienced this emotion of, there's truly nothing I can say here to anyone. Like, I just can't. I can say shallow things like, harming children is bad. But then what about all the kids that were killed because of the Celestial Dragons of the poorer class? What can I possibly say? You know what I mean? So yeah, that scene was just something else to me. I'll never forget that scene. It's hard to not crucify a child. See, you can be incredibly literal and see a child being hung up and crucified and saying, oh my god, you can't do that. But then again, I ask you, what about all the children of that poorer class crucifying that child? All their kids who had also been tortured by the Celestial Dragons, taken, tortured, and killed. You can turn to them and say, oh, you can't crucify that child. My own child is gone, is what they'd say to you. My own child was tortured by the Celestial Dragons, is what they'd say to you. What can you possibly say back to that? For all you know, Doffy was a kid that did that to those children as well. It's just incredibly, it's just a situation where you can't, you couldn't say anything. It's not that simple. Like, all the horrible things that these people were saying the Celestial Dragons had done to them and their loved ones just made me silent. I was just like, there's nothing I could possibly say here. Well, exactly, how would that be any different to the Celestial Dragons? See, I don't know. My point is, I don't agree with what's happening in the scene. But also, how can you tell anyone to stop? That's my point. How can you tell anyone, think about what you're doing? That's the issue. Like, how can I possibly look at what they did to Koala and then look at what they're doing to Doffy and going, hey, now that's too far. I agree it's too far. But does that mean anything coming from me? Because those closest celestial dragons were also part of it. They don't know what celestial dragons owned their loved ones as slaves. All they know is those celestial dragons did own slaves. They were part of that group that were kidnapping people and torturing them. But this is what I'm saying. But this is exactly what I'm saying. That whole moment was Doffy being strung up with his family as the poorer class were yelling at them in anger. That's a stunning moment to me, because again, I just don't have any way to say who's right or wrong here. I don't. On a surface level, I do. But again, that scene was literally an eye for an eye kind of thing. Like, you can easily say, well, that shouldn't have happened to Doffy. Yeah, and that shouldn't have happened to any of those people either. So now what? You be Luffy. Luffy punched the shit out of a celestial dragon. I don't think Luffy would want the celestial dragons any redemption either, personally. He certainly wouldn't want any redemption for Doffy, that's for fucking sure. He hated Doffy. Oh. No. Waifu 2X is down. Please, I need you. What is this? Sorry, give me a sec. Oh my god, it's a web P. I'll kill ya. Oh god. So I'm waiting for my thing to load. God, this is painful. Why is Discord now saving things as WebPs? What is going on? All I do is suffer. What I find interesting about the Celestial Dragons is, they are also tools. They're tools to Imu. That's very clear. They're kept stupid on purpose. But I don't think stupidity excuses cruelty, obviously. Okay. Sorry. 11421. This way. Oh, I'm dying. Danny, you just noticed my curtains are sparkly. Do you want to see the whole setup? Isn't that cool? Cool and sparkly. Do, 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 do. I love fairy lights. Tsubaki, are you still here, by the way? I have a question about Japan. I think it's late for them, they might have jumped ship. My question was if, like, in, like, mythological Japan, if there's, like, fairies. Because we call those fairy lights. What would they call them in Japan? Do they have an equivalent of fairies? I can't think of anything. Maybe they also call them fairy lights because they're introduced, I don't know. But are fairies yokai? Hey Tsubaki, did you hear my question? Does Japan have a fairy equivalent? Because fairies aren't spirits. I don't think they're yokai. Fairies are just a fairy tale. Mythological, but not spirit. Hatterus. Fireflies? Oh, for the lights! That makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah, not fairies per se, because fairies are very Western, aren't they? That makes sense. Fireflies. Fireflies are real. Dude, the sun is real. The Kodamas in Princess Mononoke. Oh, they're so cute. Ah, my lip hurt. Sorry, give me a sec. Roman Mistletoe. Oh man. Yeah, nearly all cultures have created a dragon. That is cool. I love Western dragons. Western dragons are good fun on all fours. I enjoy them. Not the Game of Thrones dragons. I mean, like, they have 4 legs and wings. I'm not big on the dragons where their limbs are their wings. Do you know what I mean? As in, like, their hands are their wings. Like bats. The Welsh kind, yeah, I guess. The dragon and Punk Hazard, I loved that fucker. He made me happy. Why'd I say it like that? Because it was funny. Oh. I'm gonna need a fun drink soon. What is Bucky's nerf? I actually don't know. I was playing Bucky. What was nerfed? Oh, is that just half of what it does? I still got some again, so I'm just that good. Danny, get a personality. I should put on the Katamari playlist. So Thrash goes, wow, I really like this singing. I always think about that. No, I'm not putting it on. I get YouTube doesn't like when I do that. I can't. The music stopped. I want to put on Pokemon music. I want to put on the other one. I want to put on the other one. I want to put on the other one. Where is it? There. Sorry, I have to open a new tab. Give me a sec. Sorry, a new project. What's your favorite caterpillar? Mine are the spiky ones. Birdwing caterpillars. One with a dragon face on the butt. That's a pretty good one. Colorful. That's beautiful. Do you like the bright green ones, Tsubaki? Ulysses caterpillars are pretty. They're just green. Nudie branch are not caterpillars, they are sea creatures. Man. Where's this coming from? I nearly made that into its own video. Why? Ugh. I tell you what. Oh yeah, some are dangerous to touch. Get out of here, oh my god. Thrash, who has that emote? Like, what Twitch user has that emote? Am I being competed with? Lil Mel. Sorry. Oh, sorry, I'm phlegmy today. I was about to say. My dream is for one day someone to go into, like, someone's stream. And they see my Zorsan kissing emote. And they say, what the fuck is that? Ban that emote. That would be so beautiful. Oh, yeah, that happened. My dream has been achieved. Yayo, yayo. Hickory Horned Devil. That sounds like something Zoro would call Sanji. Oh, it's so cute! Oh, wow. Oh my god, it's got little hair. Punk Rock Caterpillar. Oh, that's adorable. Do you guys want to see it? Warning, it's a bug. So, if you don't like bugs, don't look. Check this fella out. Isn't that neat? He's got little hair spikes. I'm a fan. That's beautiful. Shut up, Thrush. That was not a caterpillar, that was a centipede. It was a centipede and it was horrifying. I can deal with every bug except for centipedes. Centipedes are another evil. Oh, it's a moth larva. Damn. I should have known that. Don't the Hercules moth larva look crazy, or am I stupid? Larvae. Oh, they do! They have a big booty hole. And I don't know why. Warning again, bug. I don't remember why they have big booty hole, but they do. Zelda anime images. This is Zelda CDI. One of the most ridiculous things to ever be created. What do you mean they're gonna pop their larvae out? Danny! Who's laying the eggs? The caterpillars? Or the moth/butterflies? Think about it. The men. Ugh. AI upscaling is so fucking shit. Oh my god. I was using Waifu 2X, but I can tell. I can tell this new version is, AI. Because the upscaling is bullshit. Ugh. Help me. It doesn't know how to upscale manga. It just doesn't. Well, currently the original Waifu 2X is down. It's given me an alternative, and I think it's stupid. So it takes ages to load. Oh my god, kill me. Well... The images are too blurry if I don't do this. Whatever. Hello, save image as. Why aren't you popping up? Okay, there we go. God. No. WebP to PNG. Oh, if I can at least get to 5 minutes today, I'll be so happy. Oh, I'm struggling, I'll be honest. I can feel the fever. But I have to get work done. I have to. I just want to get to 5 minutes. Where's 5 minutes? It's here. It's doable. It's doable. You don't understand. I thought I had tons of time to make this because the chapter was on a break. And then I got sick. And now I only have till Monday, Sunday/Monday, and it's currently Wednesday, nearly Thursday. You don't understand. I have to get this done before the new chapter comes out. I wasn't supposed to get sick. It's fucked up my schedule. There's too much talking in this. Ugh. It's annoying because I was gonna get this video done early, and then I was going to use the rest of this month and next month to make my Alabaster video. I'm now down the end of the month. Ah, I wasn't meant to get sick. I'm so angry about that. Cause guys, I don't just want to make the Alabaster video, I want to release a long form video per month while making the Alabaster video. I got sick and now I don't have time for the just the Alabaster video next month. Because the new chapter's gonna come out and then I'm gonna have to make that review too. It's all fucked. It's all fucked. I'm now on a crunch. I'm on a crunch. The time is against me. What the hell? Also, oh my god, no, this is the wrong thing. Danny, I clatter my teeth and go burr when it's cold. I love this cat. I forgot I had it. My favorite zinger ever is when it's freezing cold. And it's clearly freezing cold. And I turn to my friend and go, "Bit cold, innit?" Best zinger ever. Like, observational humor. That's what that is. Thank you, Wrath. The Seth Rogen laugh. Yeah, I can't scream it like I usually do. You know why people get sick in Australia at this time? Because we go from 18-degree days to 30 in a night. In a single night. And that temperature difference just fucks some people over. You. Looks like me. Hamter. Every time I use the hamter, people are enamored by it. Bye, Danny. Thanks for spreading a curse in the chat and leaving. Oh, thank God I didn't do my exercises today. I was thinking, yeah, I'm feeling good. I should do my exercises. And then I was like, no, I'm still sick. I shouldn't push myself. I think I would have died if I did them. Sorry, I'm trying to find a scene. This'll do. Oh, for God's sake, all the good YouTube downloaders are gone. Um... Christian Bale's so good in this movie. Did you know he can sweat on command, Christian Bale? And American Psycho is how people found out about this. Because he's so sweaty in this movie all the time. Oh my god. What an extraordinary talent that is. That's a talent that I think is only good for acting. Imagine the sweat fruit. What could that possibly be good for? I guess I could get you out of PE. If you wanted to make yourself extra sweaty to be like, I can't do this anymore. But crying on command is good for, like, in my opinion, anyone. Especially if you're trying to get... if you're trying to lie. I think crying... like, if I could cry on command, I would use that to fuck with people. Something horrible happened! What? Nothing. I'd be devious if I could cry on command. But sweating on command is not as fun. That's literally just a weird party trick if you're not an actor. Although there was a time I was putting my contact lenses in, and it made it look like I was crying. And my friend was like, oh my god, are you okay? And I was like, it's just everything right now. And they went, oh, and I said, no, I'm kidding, I just put my contacts in. And she hit me. I was so jealous of people that could roll their stomachs. I can't do it. Cold night. Warm and a cold, cold night. Oh, God, I wish it was cold right now. I can do a flip. What's it like living in Australia with spiders and snakes? I lived in the rainforest part growing up. I saw the spiders and the snakes. It sucked. I now live in an area in Australia that does not have spiders and snakes. And it's better. Oh, I think I need to make myself some tea. I have been to Townsville multiple times, Amer. I know Townsville. I know friends that study in Townsville. I have been to Townsville many times. You know what's there? Dirt. Dirt, 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 and dirt. Fun fact, anyone around Townsville would call it Brownsville because it was nothing but dirt. I don't know why anyone would want to go to because I have friends who study in Townsville. I don't know why. I would personally hate to live there. Dirtsville. But yeah, Townsville is real. And it's not very beautiful. What chapter does Gunko shoot at Loki? "1137"? I was right. Please clap. Thanks. Please clap. Someone starts aggressively making out. Why did Closer by 9 Inch Nails start on my playlist as I get to this scene? swear I have a better scene of this. Oh, actually, I'll take this. That's trash! No! What the fuck? No! God. Thrash. Yes. Okay. What compelled him to do this? Oh my god. Those must be really good headphones. It insists upon itself. This is such a good... I love this page. Do you guys want to know how I know Oda likes Loki? Something about Oda, he loves drawing women beating up men. Hmm. Oh man. Take yourself outside. Oh man, time out. Not to be fucked up, but I hope she beats Sanji up. I hope he gets a literal word of, oh, like he's about to say, oh, a beautiful lady. And he doesn't even get that out before she just beats him. Like he flies into a wall. That would be ideal. That reminds me of the scene of Wiper beating the shit out of Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji in like a second and just leaving. And Nami was like, what the hell was that? Like, she got angry at Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji. Wiper jumped in, beat the shit out of them, and left. And Nami went, huh? That was so funny. That cracked me up when I watched it. I think that was funny because not only was Nami going, what the hell? Zoro, Luffy, and Sanji were also like, what just happened? God, that whole scene was funny. Why is that not working? Where's the sound? Ow! There's the sound. Okay, just a weird audio glitch. La 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 la. Um... Do do do. What interests you about Enel, by the way? Because he was never a villain that I had a lot of care for. While Wiper was like, I cared so much more for Wiper than I cared about Enel. Like, what about Enel interests you? Because in my opinion, when it comes to villains, Enel was... In One Piece terms, he was pretty 2D. Enel to me is like Lucci. I don't get the Lucci appeal. I kind of don't get the Enel appeal. I'm not saying this like angrily, by the way. I don't hate Enel. I was just meh about him. Do. Oh, so you just like being different, do you? Oh, okay. Mr. Different. Okay, you described it, Donklin. I like your name. You described it really well. You're right. He just has little men. I want to see his little men. Something about a guy that has little men following him. I get it. I get it. We're just normal men. Loki may be tall, but he didn't get Hyrurin's insanely muscular thighs. Hyrurin's got crazy thighs. Loki's got noodle legs. Wait, what clip? Sorry? Thresh, what clip do you like? Oh, we're just normal men, that one. Is that it? I guess he has hidden lore. I really am, I have to see it before I, like, get into it kind of person. Truly. Because... But that's not so true, because I really liked Lore for his personality. He has a great personality. In Punk Hazard, I thought he was adorable. I didn't care much of him pre-time skip. I really liked him in the time skip in Punk Hazard. I thought he was super cute. I don't know, if their personality doesn't click with me, then I'm like, eh. But, how do I explain this? The concept of possibility isn't something that makes my mind... Like, it makes my mind turn, but it isn't something that makes me, like, obsess. Do you know what I mean? Like... God, how do I explain this? Like, the concept of, oh, Enel could have this missing piece. I'm not as into that. I need to see the missing piece, and then I'll probably get a lot more interested. But the possibility that he could have something more is not something that makes my brain rot, personally. Because, like... if we go to Loki, it's not that he could have something more, he does have something more going on. Because we're seeing it with how he talks to his brother, and the little bits and pieces we're getting. Do you know what I mean? But also, I just really like Loki's personality. I don't know. There needs to be a basis before I care. Exactly. Like, to me, Lucci just doesn't have enough. I don't care for Lucci's personality. And he doesn't have enough of a story himself for me to care about him. Believe it or not, I'm not just looks-based. I cared a lot more about him after Egghead because he actually had more of a personality. well, not more of a personality, but he had more, he had growth. When I saw that Lucci could grow, I went, okay, I get it. I'll be honest with you guys, back in Water 7, Lucci just felt very cardboard cutout, which is fine. Some people really like that, but it was like, okay, this is just your standard villain. Like, he's supposed to be one-dimensional, that's the thing, because he's literally raised to be a killing machine. And that's fine, but I didn't care. Like, I liked Kaku a lot more than I like Lucci, a lot more than I like Lucci. But some people are fucking balls to the wall about Lucci. They're like all over him, and I'm like, I don't get it. I don't know, Lucci's a very boring man to me. Not as a character, I mean his personality, he just seems so boring. I think he'd be a fucking snooze fest to me personally. I would hate talking to him. I really would hate talking to him. I'm not about him. But what I have found is a lot of people, I'm not saying you guys do this, but I found a lot of people with characters like Lucci or Enel, they will create in their heads what they think the character has going on. And then they are like, that's the character. But it's not in the story, you know what I mean? Like, they've had to basically do a mental loop-de-loop and write Lucci's character themselves to like Lucci. And it's like, if that floats your boat, fine. Different strokes for different folks, but I can't do that. Like, I like need the story to show me more. I can't make it up in my head. I can make it up in my head, but then I have to remind myself, okay, but that's not actually what's going on. You know what I mean? But Messi, that's the thing. He's got secrets, but that doesn't interest me. I want to see the secrets, because his personality just isn't interesting to me. So I want to see the secrets before I actually care. Do you know what I mean? Like, you like him because he's mysterious. I don't care much for a mysterious man. Personally. Unless I see what the mystery is, I'm not interested personally. Unless their personality is fun. Do you know what I mean? Some people just like the mystery. But I need to see it first, or I kind of don't care for it. Because what if the mystery is shit? Like, do you know what I mean? Like, what if things are revealed and it's just stupid? And then it's like, oh, everything that was mysterious is dumb now. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, I need to see it to believe it. I feel like a lot of people are like that with Blackbeard. I've had this conversation before. There are so many people that like Blackbeard as a character. To me personally, he's not much of a character yet, because we don't know a lot about him yet. And that's fine, because I'm waiting. Obviously, Oda's building that up on purpose. Blackbeard is a mystery. But a lot of people are drawn to the mystery, and then they make the character up, or it feels like they make their own ending up with Blackbeard. Do you know what I mean? And it's like, but that's not Blackbeard. Currently, all we know Blackbeard is right now is a former Whitebeard member who wants power, he wants devil fruits. He's collecting people that he doesn't care to get along with, he just wants the power. And he doesn't seem to be a very chill guy. He's just an anti-Luffy. And that's fine. Like, that's good, he's building Blackbeard up. Currently, I still don't see Blackbeard as something I'm interested in yet. I'm waiting for him to get a spotlight, and then I'll be interested. Like, I can't be in that mysterious phase. Plus cherry pie. This is why I don't theory craft, because I don't care for the mystery, I care for the story that we've been shown. You can now see how my brain works. Like, when I got into Sanji, I wasn't like, fuck, there's gotta be more to this guy. I got into him because I saw his story in the Baratier, and I was like, oh my god, I really like him, and I really like his character. But a lot of people are just drawn to the mystery itself, which is why I think characters like Lucci get popular. Because Lucci, I guess, is attractive aside. Like, this isn't a diss to anyone, by the way. I'm not dissing anybody. This is just how I feel. Because I've always been confused by concepts of, like, liking a character that we barely know anything about. Unless it's Loki. But Loki is, in my opinion, just a lot more interesting, but that's because I like men with clear daddy issues. But we'll see what happens. But yeah, there are so many people that have Blackbeard as their favorite character. And I remember asking the question to the chat once before, and I was like, really? As your favorite character, Blackbeard? Because as I told you guys, I just don't think there's much of a character there yet. I'm still waiting to see it. You see Enel more like Loki than Lucci? I kind of disagree. Because Enel was said to be born, he was just born normally on an island. Do you know what I mean? They said he was just normal. I disagree. Loki has a lot more story. He's a lot more narrative driven. I think Loki just has tons more to him than Enel ever did, personally. A lot more. Especially because they built Loki up before we even met him. But that's just me. Yeah, some people are definitely drawn to the mystery and the inevitable than they are. Because as you guys know, I prefer to analyze the story as it is and as it has happened. I'd not be like, this could happen, you know? Like, I dabble in that from time to time. But I prefer analyzing and looking at A to B and going, yeah, this is why this rocks. Instead of, this could happen. I don't know. I guess I don't think like that. Because I'd argue there's a lot more narrative around Loki and narrative drive around Loki than there ever was around Enel. I saw Enel as an obstacle more than a character in Skypiea. He was an obstacle to Wiper, to the people of Skypiea in general, and to Luffy. Loki's not an obstacle. At least he's not shaping up to be one. He's probably the opposite of an obstacle, actually. They literally freed him. Do you know what I mean? I felt this way about Crocodile until we got to Impel Down, by the way. I originally didn't think much about Crocodile in Alabasta. And then we got to Impel Down and he had more character. I also felt this way about Shanks. Do you remember this, guys? I didn't give a shit about Shanks. And then we had Shanks' buggy breakup and I was like, this is cinema. I honestly just, I need to see it. I need to see it, and then I'll be like, okay, yeah, I'm invested. If I haven't seen the character itself, like, in a moment of difference, I suppose, then I'm like, eh. But yeah, again, this isn't a diss. If you like Blackbeard and Enel, that's fine. I'm just someone that's enamored when I hear people say their favorite character is a Blackbeard. I'm just enamored by that. It's like when people used to say their favorite character was Shanks. I used to be enamored by that. Because I was like, we've only seen like 3 pages of the guy. But now I like Shanks as well. Because I'm like, oh yeah, okay. He's a human who's fucked up. I needed the boy drama. Oops. Oh god, I can't talk too much, it's making my head feel fuzzy. Well, I mean, Carly, as I've said, when men say Shanks is their favorite character, they have daddy issues. And I stand by that. Shanks is both the man they idolize and the father they never had. It's that simple. One day that opinion is gonna get me shot. One of the reasons I love One Piece though is because those moments of story... Bye, Tsubaki. Those moments of story is what really moved me. I've never had a moment like with Buggy, where I just kind of didn't care about Buggy. He was like funny and I was like, okay, but I don't think about him. And then we got to chapter, what was it? 1184? 1180, no, 1084, I think it was. Where the reveal of what happened that day. Wait, it was 1082. The reveal of what happened that day between Buggy and Shanks. And I was gobsmacked. My world got thrown fucking upside down. I've never felt that before. Just that small moment of revelation, of story reveal, has now made me fall in love with the character that I didn't much care for until then. And now I'm rooting for Buggy, like it's crazy. Shut up. Can I just say, Loki's bluff here was fucking bullshit, like bad. Because he's like, you think a chain can hold me? Then you better unchain me. And it's like, I think the chain can hold you. Otherwise, why are you even telling them to unchain you? You think these bars can hold me back? Unlock my cage. No. I'd like to see you actually get out of the cage without me unlocking it. I think that's a shitty little bluff. On a scale of 1 to 10, how hot is Sanji? Negative. He's in the negatives. Actually, this isn't true, because one character that does interest me, and the mystery is what makes me like them, is Mihawk. I do have a character like that. It's Mihawk. But Mihawk is there because of how he treated Zoro. And how he clearly saw something in Zoro that seemed reminiscent of a past to him. At least to me, that's what it felt like. So I do have an attraction to some sort of mystery. It's the boy drama radar, I think is what it is. No, Sanji's not hot or cool. He's cute. Like, I describe Sanji as cute, first and foremost. I think he's adorable. Second is sad. Third is wet. Fourth is pathetic. Cute, sad, wet, pathetic. Because he cries. He cries a lot. He's like a drenched rat, Sanji. Also stupid. I'd also call him stupid. I love Pudding because Oda really encaptured what it feels like to be a Sanji fan through Pudding. The scene where Sanji gets a nosebleed and Pudding's like, ew, this fucking disgusting pervert. And then after that, she's like, oh my god, I like him. And every time she tries to be nice to him, she just swears at him. That's real! That's real! Pudding is truly the personification of a Sanji fan. My favorite Sanji scene is gonna be when he says I want to go back to the Sunny. Because that's something I always think about. It makes my heart hurt in a good way. I'll never forget that translation that said, Luffy, I want to go home. Because apparently what he says there is indication of, like, home. Like he's calling the Sunny home. And that just makes me sob. Hang on. I've been told to cosplay Loki how many times ever since we've discovered his hair color. It's like pinky purple, purple pink. But there's so many things on him. That's tough. I'm not a cosplayer. I cosplay easy characters. Look, if anyone wants to make the cosplay for me, I'll wear it. But, God, too many. Oh. Sorry, I had to, do something on the main screen. I'm looking at my sparkly curtains. Yippee! Go away. Young Big Mom I should do. She actually looks like me. When she's young. Like she does. That's me. Little Mom. Hello. I'm literally that tall. I'm over 6 foot. Big Mom stonks have been on the rise since LBAF started. Okay, I'm gonna go make myself some tea. I'll be back. I'm back. I'm back with my tea, and I also ordered spicy curry because I decided I needed it tonight. I was trying not to order it, but I just don't feel good enough to not have it. Turn that shit down. One, 4, 2, 6. Please draw Loki. By the way, I don't mean to be that person, but hang on, I'm gonna double check this to see if this is true. But I think it's true. Hi. Hang on, I'm having a look around. Yeah, it's true. You know how when Gunko first appeared, people were like, oh my god, her legs are out, isn't she freezing cold? And I say this, because I get it, but I say this as respectfully as possible. Gunko's wearing more clothes than Hyrule. Why did no one look at Hyrule in the underworld and say, oh my god, isn't Hyrule cold? He's literally got a little... He's got all his thighs out. And I'm saying this is why it's about equality. Like, okay, I get it, because yes, Oda sexualizes his women. I understand that. However, Hyrule is wearing less, and no one said anything about him being cold. So why doesn't Hyrule get the same question? Like, he's not even wearing a shirt. He's got his whole thing out. Again, it's about equality. In my opinion, at least. Gunko's cold, then so's Hyrule. You know what I mean? There's hair in my tea. Well, that was my argument with Gunko. I think Gunko just doesn't feel the cold. She's a fucking weapon of mass destruction. She's a holy knight. Somehow I don't think the cold will stop her. I'm sure the last thing Gunko thinks about is comfort on her missions. I say as she has a beautiful 5-star dinner. But it's still different because Oda doesn't sexualize his men the way he sexualizes his women. But I just wish the alternative weren't always, oh my god, we gotta put clothes on them. Stop that! All men are hot. That's a lie. That's a lie. I know this because my dad cannot stand the cold. It kills him. I was about to say, women are the ones wearing fun clothes in winter to go to nightclubs, not men. Men rock up with a coat. Oh no, oh my god, Thrash, I'd never say that about me. Ew. Yuck! Oh, I'm sorry, Crash. But yeah, I had to double check because I was like, did Haidu didn't rug up before going into the underworld? No. All he's wearing is gloves, a cape, and a little like loin thing. And I was like, damn, he went out balls out. Not closed, but booked up. Crash, remember what I told you? I told you, I swear I told you that in Japan, it's about booking things. You didn't listen to me. You know, listen to me. You foolish fool. Oh fuck, did I put that in the right spot? Whatever, I'll just do this. Okay, good. I'm also riding off the high at being right at Loki falling over, by the way. When people said I read that and I thought of you, that felt good. Bye, Amir. How big is this page? Okay, I zoomed in significantly. Ugh. Oh no, I just gotta wait for that to load. Also, I made it to 4 minutes. 1 more minute and then I can stop for the day. And hopefully do a lot more tomorrow. Eh. I gotta work my thing off tomorrow. I'm still sick. I'm sick. Also, Mama Mad Dog, I just want you to know. I saw that you sent me a message on Patreon. I won't say what it is, don't worry. I've seen it, but I haven't responded to it because, of course, a lot's been going on. But I have seen it, so, you know, please, don't. don't stress if you were about sending that. It's all good. It's all good and I appreciate it. But I will be responding to it eventually with proper words, I promise. Because I appreciate the support just as much. I'm not gonna say that word and you're gonna like get me, are you? Okay, it is a chocolate. Whitaker's chocolate. New Zealand? Do we have an Australian-made chocolate? We do. In fact, I went to a fucking chocolate place for it. Mm. I don't know, I thought it was gonna be something like, you know, like wieners or something, and I was like, what are you trying to do to me? Oh god, the image is still loading. It takes a million years. Oh, my brew. Interesting texture. It doesn't taste like... Oh, it doesn't like... The texture's not like... plasticky, is it? I don't like chocolate like that. It melts in your mouth, right? So long as the chocolate melts in your mouth, I love it. You know what is delicious? Freeze-dried strawberries over white chocolate. I don't even like white chocolate. But with freeze-dried strawberries, it's pretty damn good. It's pretty damn good. It isn't plasticky. Alright, I'll take your word for it. Sorry if I was far away. Okay, and that's loaded. Save image as 11427. Ah. Oh. Why is it a square? Oh my god, why isn't it saving properly? What is going on? Huh? Hang on. Copy image link. What has happened to you? Hang on. Something's happened to my image. The file corrupted? What's going on here? How do I fix this? Ugh. Sorry, this image I was rendering. seems to have a broken link. I wonder why. Oh! Who is that? Oh my god, don't look at that. Okay, let's try this again. Nope. Alright, well I'm just gonna have to render it again. Awesome. What happened? I love Gen 4 music. Hi. I'm trying to work. Why do I always have hair on my eyes? The 3 eyes that pop up next to my cam? Oh! Oh my god, this is, these are filters. Technically filters. So they're video effects. The eyes are what Sony Vegas just uses to show me examples. So if I go to light rays, it's showing me the pre-built light rays that Sony Vegas has. So you see the difference there? If I go to layer dimension, oh there's no eyes there. If I go to lab adjust, there's more behind my camera, you just can't see them. If I go to gradient map, overexposed, glow, blue glow, Gaussian blur, yellow blur. It's just editing software stuff. I don't know why Sony Vegas chose an eye, but it's a beautiful eye. Whoa, look at that. That's funky. What the hell? That's horrifying. Ah! What is this? Why did it make the background go black? What the hell? Yeah, I don't know all of these, as you can see. What on God's green earth? I don't even know what I'd use that for. What about this? That— what? Is it not working with the transparent image? Hang on. Oh, I see. So it's keeping... I think this is art, actually. I think I've accidentally made some fantastic modern art here. It really kept the center there, didn't it? That's beautiful. Oh, I can change the fish eyes. The range. See, I'll never use this. This is in the eye of a Fujo. I'm kidding, by the way. Or am I? I'm not using this in a video. Oh, now that's good. Hang on. Now that's good. I like that. This image was me in the Louvre. And Sarah got this image. And I need you to know, I wasn't looking around nervously because I saw this art. I was looking for Sarah. But it makes it look like I feel like a weird sense of like naughtiness for looking at this sculpture. I was literally reading what was going on. They're wrestling with each other. The sculpture where they were like friends or something. But Sarah caught it in a moment where I look a little bit embarrassed. Anyway. Food going out. Oh. I was like, haha, wrestling. And I even went over to Sarah and I said, you know that the thing says that that's a statue of two friends like wrestling? I remember that. And we laughed about it. And we both went, yeah, wrestling. Anyway, good memories. Alright, let's try this again. Okay, now it works. I don't know what happened the first time. Post-Catholic schoolgirl identity crisis. Oh, why am I moved by the statue of two men on each other in no cloth? Hang on, give me a sec. Kids these days are always on their damn phones. Am I right? Right. When would I ever use... Oh, when would I ever use this effect? I'm just... Sorry, I'm just... shaken by it. It doesn't feel like that effect has any use outside of modern art. Oh god, sorry. It's static. I can make it move. I guess you could make some cool patterns with it, I suppose. Anna would probably know what to do with that. Hello. Sorry, I think I must have been recording too fast and I mucked up a line. I'm trying to see if I can save it without re-recording it because I'm sick right now and that won't sound very good. Well, it doesn't make perfect grammatical sense, but I'll keep it in. I just can't afford to re-record right now. My voice won't, my voice won't come through properly. Oh, God. Oops. Alright, sorry, give me a sec. I got curry. I'll be back. I apologize for just sitting there. I was communicating with my my driver, my delivery person, and they're like, I got my new building, so I was helping them. Okay, give me a second. Okay, I'm back. Oh, yum, spicy curry. God, I needed that. Eh. I really like the dragon. Surprise, surprise. I wonder what Dorian Broggy's relationship with the king is going to be. Because I have to wonder about all the giants' relationships with the king and with Loki. Hello, why is that happening? Ugh. Eh. Eh. Sorry, I'm not shooting the shit like I usually do. It is making me sweat in a feverish way. Oh god. Fuck, what's the temperature tomorrow? Sorry, I'm just double checking things because I'm thinking. I'm basically deciding if I sleep on the couch in the aircon tonight because my room doesn't have aircon. I hate Australian summers. It shouldn't even be summer anymore. Oops. Oh my god, stop it! Okay, good. I really like Sommers. He's just sadistic. Whoops. Where's Mel shrugging? There. God, this little bug on my screen. Stop it, Zoro. Oh no, put it in the wrong place. Okay. Alright. Oh my god, I made it to 5 minutes. Oh, okay, that's enough today. That's enough. Oh, hopefully I feel better tomorrow. I'm really hoping that, because, this sickness is driving me up the wall. I'll be honest with you. I am willing myself to get better. Please will me to get better. Thank you. Alright, I will see you tomorrow. I'll do more editing. I'll do my very best to keep editing. And look, I'll be better by the end of this week. I know that for a fact. I just want to be better sooner. Anyway, let me get in my box. Alright. Thank you, everyone. I really appreciate it. I will be seeing you when I see you. Tomorrow. And thank you for sticking around, and thank you for the well wishes. I really appreciate it. Okay. Bye bye, everyone. Bye 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 bye. Bye.